Senate will come to order. Chaplain Dr. Black will lead the Senate in prayer.
Let us pray. Lord of heaven's army, we find our joy from trusting you. Today, we are trusting your promise to supply all our needs. As we differ in faces, so we are different in our needs. Provide for our needs from the riches of your grace. Lord, surround our lawmakers with the shield of your divine favor. Remind them that they wrestle against forces that are often stronger and more determined than they may imagine. Help them to claim your promise that you will not withhold any good thing from those who do what is right. Inspire our senators to call on you in all of life's seasons. We pray in your great name. Amen.
Will you please join me in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Under the previous order, the Senate will be in a period of morning business, with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each. Senator from Iowa.
This is National Police Week, something we've been celebrating for decades. And you could sure tell it was National Police Week with the finely dressed in the best of uniforms of the police that were meeting people off the plane, lined up maybe 3 or 4 dozen at a time, greeting people as they came off the plane. So I want to recognize just part of the police that we honor all week, and that is to recognize the hardworking men and women of the U.S. Capitol Police Force. Importantly, Capitol Police protects the millions of people that visit the nation's capital each year for tours and for the official business that they come to Washington to have with their representatives. As the Senate President pro tempore, Barbara and I are fortunate to see the professionalism of the Capitol Police Force firsthand as the agents serve those of us in the presidential line of succession. Simply put, this historic body of senators would not function without the watchful eye of law enforcement. Their service does not come without personal sacrifice, and we often don't thank them enough. So today, I recognize Capitol Police for their efforts. We ought to carry out our commitment to back the blue every day, not just on Police Week. I yield the floor, suggests the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Elsa Brooks.
Majority Leader.
I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
Mr. President, we have a lot to do over the next 2 weeks. Confirm Kevin Warsh to the Federal Reserve, approve a nominations package, and fund law enforcement at the Department of Homeland Security. That last item, Mr. President, should not need to be on our agenda. We should have been able to fund border security and immigration enforcement officers as part of the final Homeland Security funding agreement. But my Democrat colleagues refused. In fact, the Democrat leader said today that Democrats will fight legislation to fund law enforcement at DHS with, quote, every tool we have, end quote. Mr. President, it's difficult to believe that we're here again. We all remember the defund the police movement embraced by the left and members of the Democrat Party. We also remember how cities who moved to defund the police backtracked in pretty short order. Because it turns out, Mr. President, as even some leftists came to realize, we need police officers. We need law enforcement. We live in a fallen world, and there are always going to be people out there who seek to hurt and exploit the innocent. And we need men and women who will stand between the innocent and danger. We need men and women who courageously dedicate their lives to law enforcement. And all of this should go without saying, Mr. President. I can scarcely think of anything more obvious. But apparently the need for law enforcement is not obvious to my Democrat colleagues, because they're right back to a defund the police position. This time it's defunding law enforcement at the Department of Homeland Security, specifically Border Patrol and Immigration and Customs Enforcement. The men and women who patrol our borders and take dangerous, criminal, illegal immigrants off of our streets. And, Mr. President, when I say defunding law enforcement at DHS, I don't mean reducing the budget. I mean complete and total defunding. My Democrat colleagues refuse to provide a single dollar for the men and women who protect our borders. They refuse to provide a single dollar for the men and women who take dangerous, criminal, illegal aliens off of our streets. And I want you to think about that for just a minute, Mr. President. My Democrat colleagues apparently believe that there should be no physical presence at our borders and no law enforcement officers to deport dangerous criminals who have entered our country illegally. Mr. President, we had 4 years of chaos at the southern border under President Biden. But at least we had the Border Patrol, overstretched as it was. Now Democrats apparently believe in removing all law enforcement officers from our nation's borders. Mr. President, I shouldn't need to state the obvious here that we need border security and immigration enforcement officers to protect our nation, just as we need police officers and FBI agents and Secret Service agents and all of the law enforcement officers who serve our communities. Democrats might like to pretend otherwise, but there are dangerous individuals who would like to make their way illegally across our border. Drug traffickers, human traffickers, other criminals, terrorists. And the men and women of the Border Patrol and Immigration and Customs Enforcement are the men and women who stand between us and these dangerous individuals, who turn them back at our borders and take them out of our communities if they do manage to make their way into our country. These are the men and women that my Democrat colleagues want to defund. Not reform, Mr. President. Nope. My Democrat colleagues repeatedly rejected reforms. They want to defund, and defund completely. Zero 0 agents at our border, 0 agents to deport criminals here in the U.S. illegally. That's what my Democrat colleagues opted for. It's Police Week this week, Mr. President. A week to honor our nation's law enforcement officers and remember those who made the ultimate sacrifice while protecting our communities. Perhaps it will remind my Democrat colleagues of just how much we rely on law enforcement and just how much we need all of our nation's law enforcement officers. Mr. President, I now move to proceed to calendar number 296, I should say, SRS 526.
The clerk will report.
Calendar number 296, SRS 572, resolution withholding the pay of senators if a government shutdown occurs.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
Clerk will report.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the motion to proceed to calendar number 296, SRES 526, a resolution withholding the pay of senators if a government shutdown occurs, signed by 17 senators as follows.
President, I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Democrat leader.
Ask unanimous consent the quorum be dispensed with. No quorum. I withdraw my unanimous consent request that the quorum be dispensed with and will proceed to my remarks. So, Mr. President, if you want to understand Republicans' priorities right now, just look at the $72 billion reconciliation bill they revealed last week. The Republican bill would pump tens of billions of dollars into ICE and Border Patrol without any guardrails to prevent these rogue agencies from continuing to unleash violence on American streets. But that's not all. To add insult to injury, the Republican bill charges American taxpayers $1 billion to build Trump's gilded ballroom, while including $0 to help Americans with rising costs. Their billion-dollar bill has $0 to help Americans deal with groceries and their prices going up, gas prices going up, $0 to bring down Americans' health care, housing, and electricity bills. At a time when Republicans are at a time when Americans are struggling to put food on the table, Republicans say, let them eat cake, and demand American taxpayers build Trump a palace while they're at it. Keep in mind, Donald Trump said just a few months ago that, quote, not one penny is being used from the federal government for the ballroom. Not one penny, said Trump. Well, give me a break. He's put $1 billion in the budget for it. This staggering waste of taxpayer dollars has nothing to do with security and everything to do with Trump's ego. How long before Trump asked for his name to be emblazoned in gold on the side of the ballroom? The American people are calling out for help. But these ballroom Republicans have a constituency of one, Donald Trump's ego. That is a disgrace. Democrats will use every tool in our arsenal to fight this bill. We will bring changes. We will bring challenges under the Byrd rule. We will offer floor amendments. We will force Republicans to take vote after vote showing that instead of helping working families, Republicans are forcing Americans to pay for Trump's billionaire ballroom. Americans don't want this ballroom blitz. They want Congress to bring down costs. On the hantavirus, earlier today, 17 Americans, including 3 New Yorkers, who were on the cruise ship at the center of the hantavirus outbreak, arrived in Nebraska, where they remain in quarantine. One has since tested positive for hantavirus. They should know that all of us here in the Senate are thinking of them, praying for their health. No one should have to go through such an ordeal. The hantavirus outbreak reminds us of what happened during COVID-19. We need to invest in public health and pandemic preparedness. Sadly, the Trump administration has not learned that lesson. The Trump administration gutted our public health defenses. The public may not know it, but Trump fired the workers whose job it is to protect us from outbreaks like Hanta. Donald Trump, Russell Vought, and Elon Musk are purged hundreds of federal workers at the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention and the Department of Health and Human Services, including, here's who Trump fired, cruise ship inspectors, port health station staff, disease detectives, and others. He cut all those. And now we have the hantavirus. They were there for a purpose. Blindly swinging their Doge chainsaw through the federal government, Trump, Vought, and Musk also hamstrung the CDC's vessel sanitation program, a program that didn't cost the taxpayers any money. The cruise ships paid for it. But of course, they didn't care. The solution is a simple one. I've put out a plan that calls on the Trump administration to rehire these fired outbreak response experts, to restore funding to protect Americans from infectious diseases, and to rejoin the World Health Organization and other groups that track outbreaks and provide early warning. Rehire, restore, rejoin. That's how we keep the American people healthy and safe. Diseases like hantavirus and COVID don't care what your politics are, they threaten everyone. Donald Trump needs to stop politicizing public health and start investing in it. On Iran, Donald Trump and members of his administration have referred to the fighting in Iran as a, quote, skirmish, quote, a mini-war, quote, a little excursion, quote, a blip, and most recently, quote, a love tap. Let's call the ongoing hostilities with Iran for what they are, a war. Let me repeat. Donald Trump dragged America into a war, an illegal, costly war, without any goals, without any end game. It's been over a week since we hit the 60-day threshold under the War Powers Act, which means the hostilities must cease unless Trump gets authorization from Congress. Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth tried to skirt the deadline when they told us the timer had stopped because the fighting was over. Tell that to the American service members who were dodging Iranian drones and missiles in the Strait of Hormuz last week. Tell that to the American people who just saw headlines the other day about Trump saying we're getting ready for a protracted blockade. The war's over? Bunk, poppycock, craziness to even say it. But Trump says anything that enters his head, which he thinks will please him at the moment, even if he gets himself in trouble by the end of the day. And to this war, there's still no end in sight. Just today, the most recent round of negotiations with Iran fell apart. Trump keeps digging himself into a deeper and deeper hole. Meanwhile, Americans are now paying over $4.50 for a gallon of gas. Families need real relief at the pump, and Senate Democrats will support real action to lower costs. But let's not pretend 18 cents of gas tax relief per gallon makes up for the damage Trump created with this war. 18 cents isn't $1.50, which is how much the price of gas has gone up since this war started. Trump wants credit for handing the American people a glass of water to put out the fire he started, the massive fire he started when he launched this war. Americans don't need just a few cents back. They need an end to the chaos that sent gas prices soaring in the first place. The best way to lower costs is to end this illegal war. Trump could end this war tomorrow and prices would plummet by far more than 18 cents a gallon. And Republicans know that this blunder didn't magically end when the 60-day clock ran out. It's time to do something about it. So Democrats are forcing a 7th vote on our War Powers resolution this week to withdraw U.S. troops from hostilities with Iran. If Republicans care about preserving our war powers, keeping our service members safe, lowering Americans' costs, they need to support the War Powers resolution and end this war. If Republicans vote against our resolution, they will continue to bear the blame for Trump's war. Not a skirmish, not a blip, not an excursion, it's a war. I yield the floor. Note the absence of a quorum.
Call the roll.
Ms. Also-Brooks.
Democratic quote.
Mr. President, I ask the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Last week was an opportunity for us to return home to our states and districts, and in my case, the city of Chicago, where It was a glorious week, but for one sobering event. We lost one of Chicago's finest, patrolman, policeman, John Bartholomew. In the line of duty, was shot, and had a tribute to him at his Greek Orthodox Church on Hollywood Avenue in Chicago. Hundreds of his fellow law enforcement officers came in from jurisdictions all over the Midwest and across the United States. John Bartholomew leaves 3 small children and his wife and family behind him. I went to that memorial service, and I was just at a loss for words as I met his mother and told her how sorry I was for what had happened. This is Police Week. We are remembering John Bartholomew and hundreds of others who've lost their lives in the line of duty to protect us and our families and neighborhoods. We take them for granted until these terrible tragedies occur, and then we come to realize how much is on the line every single day they put the badge on. I listened earlier when the Republican leader, Senator Thune, said this Police Week should be a reminder to Democrats to take police seriously. We do. I trust that both political parties do. When I was chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee, we looked forward to this week to pass bipartisan legislation to help our policemen. Under Chairman Grassley and my service as ranking member, I will join in that bipartisan effort again. But I do have to tell you I'm disappointed that during Police Week we would consider on the floor of the United States Senate nominations for U.S. attorneys who have testified before our committee and said things which I believe do not reflect respect for the law as it should be, particularly when it comes to the January 6th insurrection on the Capitol. I remember that day. It was one of the most noteworthy days of my service in the Senate. When Vice President Pence was presiding, we were counting the electoral ballots for the 2020 presidential election, and at about 2:10 p.m. in the afternoon, someone came in and pulled Vice President Pence out of that chair, out that door. People couldn't understand why. There was a demonstration outside, a political demonstration, but we went about our business, and yet something had happened. At that point, someone from the Capitol Police came and stood before us and said, "You can continue what you're doing, but stay in this room. We're going to make this a safe room in the U.S. Capitol." A safe room. It wasn't 10 minutes later till the same Capitol policeman came before us and said, "Change of plans, we're evacuating this Senate chamber." And we all filed out the door to another adjoining building where we were protected. These Capitol policemen and women risked their lives for us on that day. I think there was nothing less than an act of heroism and courage for them to defy this Trump crowd that was sent to disrupt the proceedings. Unfortunately, the mob took over the Senate chamber. C-SPAN broadcast as they aped pictures, photos for one another, went rifling through our desk and tried to take over the Capitol. We saw that later on. What an embarrassing chapter in the history of the United States. What's even more embarrassing is the fact that there have been people who have come before us seeking federal positions since who don't take that seriously, what happened on January 6th. Let me give you an example. And this individual is going to come up for a vote this week in the Senate, Police Week. His name is Philip Williams. He's from Alabama. Philip Williams is seeking the U.S. Attorney's spot in Alabama. He argued that January 6 rioters were, quote, hunted down by federal law enforcement, whom he accused of prosecutorial abuse many, many times over. Williams equated these prosecutions to the Salem witch trials on a national scale. He minimized the attack on the Capitol, stating, it certainly was not an insurrection because there was no attempt to overthrow the government. He criticized the 87-month prison sentence imposed on a rioter named Guy Reffitt. because he was nonviolent, according to Williams, and did not step into the Capitol. Let me tell you the rest of the story about Reffitt that Mr. Williams, who seeks to represent the Department of Justice in the state of Alabama, had to say. Reffitt traveled to the Capitol on January 6th, wearing body armor, carrying handguns, flex cuffs, and radios for communication. Prior to his arrest, Reffitt threatened his own minor children, telling them, if you turn me in, you're traitors, and traitors get shot. Williams contended without evidence that federal judges ruling against President Trump were setting Trump up. This man who dismissed Mr. Reffitt as a threat on January 6 wants to represent the U.S. Attorney's Office, the Department of Justice, in the state of Alabama. He has no place doing that. And for the Senate to vote for confirmation of this nomination and Police Week is, to my mind, a travesty. He's not the only one in this group. I want to note one or two others. Darren Smith in Wyoming. Darren Smith, again, is seeking to become a U.S. attorney representing the Department of Justice in the state of Wyoming. Mr. Smith was present at the U.S. Capitol on January 6th, though he claimed he didn't enter any buildings. Regarding the insurrection, Smith contended that rioters were entrapped and that the U.S. Capitol Police were guilty of massive incompetence. 140 of the U.S. Capitol Police, who defended my life and the life of everyone in the Capitol on that day, were injured. 2 or 3 died as a consequence of that experience. And for him to argue that they were guilty of massive incompetence is an embarrassing statement. It's a slap in the face to the Capitol Police who risked their lives for me and for other members. Mr. Smith baselessly claimed FBI agents who interviewed him regarding his presence in the Capitol were sent there by Representative Liz Cheney, quote, and her goons, close quote, after he demanded that she should be censored by the Wyoming Republican Party. How did these people proceed through the ranks of the Trump administration to be given such positions of importance when they are so dismissive of the efforts by that mob to first injure the policemen who were doing their duty here in the Capitol, and then to disrupt the proceedings that the Vice President was presiding over? The list goes on. It's been the case ever since Trump has been reelected that when it comes to many judges and many U.S. attorneys, dismissing January 6th as just tourist out of control is acceptable by the Trump administration. Well, it's not acceptable for me. As someone who lived it, who witnessed it, saw it firsthand, they're dismissing this operation on that day as simply some political statement is unfair. Don't salute the police and ignore the obvious. The police were under attack on that day, and to dismiss that is to dismiss the obvious. So now we're going to consider a reconciliation bill to spend tens of billions of dollars for ICE and CBP. We all know the story of ICE. We saw it on the streets of Chicago, Minneapolis, and many other places. You know what's interesting is that I was walking through the airport and all of these policemen were coming in for Police Week this week in Washington wearing their formal uniforms, smart looking as they were. I didn't see a single one of them with a mask on his face. And yet ICE continues to argue it's the only police force in America that should be masked, and the American people shouldn't be able to identify who these ICE agents are. I think that's reprehensible. We're trying to change it, and the Republicans are resisting it. I don't know why. And let me say also, there's no reference in this budget reconciliation package to language that would rein in lawless immigration agents who are terrorizing communities like Chicago and Minneapolis while carrying out the president's mass deportation campaign. This last week, we had a press conference in Chicago to talk about those who were here in the United States under DACA. DACA is a product of the DREAM Act, which I introduced 22 years ago, a provision in the law which we need to enact, which says if you are here in the United States, brought into the country as a child, that you ought to have an opportunity to earn your way to citizenship. These young men and women grew up in America, pledged allegiance to that flag in their classroom every single day, and believed they were part of America's future, only to learn when they became teenagers that their parents brought them in and didn't file the appropriate papers. And so now they're subject to deportation. The DREAM Act addressed that issue. And I called on President Obama and asked him to use his executive powers to give these dreamers a chance. He created a program called DACA. Under the DACA program, if you are one of the dreamers, every 2 years, you are to be registering with the government and paying a $600 fee and going through a criminal background check so that you can continue to work in the United States and not be deported. So what happened 2 weeks ago? The Bureau of Immigration came out with a ruling that DACA no longer protected these individuals. How many were affected? Originally, 800,000 plus. Today, somewhere in the range of 500,000. They run the very real risk now that if they try to sign up again for DACA, as they are entitled to under the President Obama executive order, they could be arrested and deported. More and more of them, it's happening as weeks go by, and we held a press conference in Chicago to talk about that. That's ICE at work. That's CBP at work. And unfortunately, these young people who have no criminal background, they've gone through criminal background checks, and are showing up as required to pay their fee every 2 years so they can work legally in the United States, are subject to deportation. There's also a provision in this bill, hard to believe, of $1 billion for President Trump's White House ballroom. $1 billion ballroom. The same ballroom that he promised the American people wouldn't cost him a penny. He was going to go to his buddies, as he always does. They were going to come up with the money, and the American people wouldn't have to pay anything. Guess what? The budget reconciliation bill presented by Republicans in the Senate this week requires $1 billion for this Great Gatsby ballroom that the president wants to see. I think that's a horrendous waste of time and money. And it did not go through the appropriate channels. The president just plowed down the east wing of the White House, and it sits there as a gaping hole waiting to be filled. It was going to be his billionaire buddies to fill it. Now it's the American taxpayers, $1 billion. I distinctly recall the president saying taxpayers would not have to pay for this. Add to that endless list of broken promises, the president ending the Ukrainian war in his first day in office, and a long list of contradictions when it comes to the war with Iran. Depending on the day of the week, we're either proceeding with the war or ending a war, wiping them off the face of the earth, or sitting down and negotiating. Impossible to follow what his strategy might be. And that's just more of the same when it comes to this president. Mr. President, when it comes to the DACA children, who are now adults, we have to accept the obvious. We made a promise to them, many of us did, which can't be kept under this president. I remember that day when DACA became official and people could sign up for it. Congressman Luis Gutierrez and I held a meeting at Navy Pier in Chicago, expecting perhaps 800 people to show up. The number was way in excess of 10,000. Some of them waited all night to bring their children in to sign up for this. There was an initial hesitation by many. They argued if we identify ourselves to the government under Obama, who's to say that government won't turn on us, arrest us, and deport us? We gave them our word that we would stand by the promise that we would not use this information that they were filing with the government against them in the future. That promise was kept through President Obama, through President Biden, but it hasn't been kept by this administration. Those who are protected by DACA today run the risk when they go to the federal government to sign up and renew their DACA protection of being detained and deported. We do not keep our promise to these young people, and I feel very badly about that. Let me also say that we are going to have a hearing this week, a spotlight hearing by Democrats, to have these DACA recipients come before us and explain what's happened to their lives is heartbreaking. They deserve a chance to be part of America's future. They are doctors, teachers, nurses, entrepreneurs, policemen, military. They are part of America and its future. To blame them as being the worst of the worst and they should be deported is grossly unfair. I yield the floor.
Senator from Oregon.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to grant floor privileges to my interns for their shadow days on the following dates: Violet Sheehan on May 13th, 2026, Jack Shalek on May 20th, Nancy Hyo Yatsen on June 2nd, Joseph Novak on June 3rd, and Aurelia Luanada on June 10th.
Without objection.
Thank you.
President,
Senator from Ohio.
I ask unanimous consent to waive the mandatory quorum call with respect to Executive Calendar 728, Kevin Warsh.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I come today to the floor for a moment of reflection and remembrance for courageous law enforcement officers in Ohio who we lost in 2025. As those in this chamber and across our nation may know, it's National Police Week, a dedicated time to honor the service and sacrifice of these heroes who protect us every day. The 4 officers I'm highlighting today lost their lives in the line of duty in 2025. Each of them will be added to the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial Wall to honor their lives and dedication to protecting and serving. I want to start with Deputy Larry Henderson. I remember this incident vividly. Deputy Henderson of Hamilton County was 57 years old. He and his wife have 5 grown children, and he was also a foster father of 2 infants. After 4 years in the Marine Corps, he spent 33 years with the Hamilton County Sheriff's Office, holding many of the most dangerous jobs in both endeavors. Deputy Henderson died on May the 2nd, 2025, after being run down by a motorist while working a special detail for the University of Cincinnati graduation. Deputy Henderson served his country and his community until his final day, and we remain forever grateful. Officer Philip Wagner. Officer Wagner had served with the Lorain Police Department for 4 years, and previously with the Sheffield Village Police Department also for 4 years. He was a 35-year-old combat veteran of the Marine Corps and served 2 tours of duty, including one in Afghanistan. Officer Wagner was described as a fierce protector of his family, first and foremost, but also of his country and his community. Officer Wagner loved God. He was a faithful man and was increasingly finding, quote, peace and rest through his relationship with Jesus, end quote, according to his pastor. He died on July 24, 2025, the day after he and another patrolman were ambushed. They were ambushed by a gunman as they ate their lunch in their cruisers. Truly tragic event for that community and for this family. His wife and 3 children, an entire family remain in our prayers. We're forever grateful for the service of Officer Wagner. Deputy D. Weston Shearer was 31 years old and had just marked his 4th year with the Morrow County Sheriff's Office. As early as the 1st grade, Deputy Shearer declared in a class assignment that his dream was to become a policeman. He said, "I want to catch villains, and I'm willing to risk my life for the people of the United States," as a 1st grader. And that's exactly what he did. Deputy Shearer had not only the desire to work in law enforcement, but also the courage and temperament. His ability to connect with people fueled his successful career in law enforcement. Deputy Shearer was fatally shot on Memorial Day last year during a domestic violence call in Morrow County. He will be remembered. He will be remembered. And we thank him for his service and his sacrifice to his country, now and forever. Trooper Nicholas Caton was 40 years old, married to his high school sweetheart and father of 2 children. Trooper Caton was described as a devoted family man and true public servant. He was a 13-year veteran of the Ohio State Highway Patrol team, a team that I know well, and he served for 7 years in the Ohio Army National Guard. Trooper Caton was killed on October 16, 2025, when his cruiser was struck by a truck while he was helping a driver of a disabled tractor trailer. His childhood friend stated that he had such a knack for making people feel welcome. This quality, as well as his charisma, intelligence, and quick wit, served him well throughout his life and his career. We will continue to mourn his loss and pray for all of those who loved him. What you see in the lives of all of these officers who we lost was their love for their family, for their community, and for their country. Mr. President, these heroes gave their lives for their communities and neighbors. I thank my colleagues for hearing these stories of these Ohioans, these Ohio stories of those who served us. And I thank you all for honoring their service and celebrating their lives. Mr. President, I yield the floor. Mr. President, I note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Elsa Brooks.
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for unanimous consent to vitiate the quorum call.
Without objection. Under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to executive session and resume consideration of SRES 690, which the clerk will report.
Executive calendar number 5, Senate Resolution 690, authorizing the en bloc consideration in executive session of certain nominations on the executive calendar.
The question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Mr. Armstrong, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Budd, Collins, Crapo, Grassley, Husted, Lummis, Moreno, Schmidt, Scott of South Carolina. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Booker, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Gallego, Gillibrand, Kelly, Kim, Merkley, Schatz, Schiff, Slotkin, Van Hollen, Warner. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Schumer, no. Ms. Also Brooks, no. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Lujan, no. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. McCormick, aye. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Armstrong, aye. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mrs. Capito, aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Rono, no. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Thune, aye. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Miss Ernst, aye. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. King, no. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mrs. Brett, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Tuberville, Aye.
College ruled or wide ruled?
Mr. Fetterman, Mr. Fetterman. No. Mr. Moran, Mr. Moran. Aye. Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Bozeman. Aye. Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sanders. No.
This one.
Mr. Young, Mr. Young. Aye. Mr. Hoven, Mr. Hoven. Aye.
Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Okay. Mr. Sullivan, aye. On this vote, the yeas are 46, the nays are 45, and the resolution is agreed to.
On this vote, the yeas are 46, the nays are 45, and the resolution is agreed to. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the nomination of Kevin Warsh of Florida to be a member of the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate the debate on the nomination of Kevin Warsh of Florida to be a member of the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System for a term of 14 years from February the 1st, 2026, shall be brought to a close. The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Mr. Armstrong, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso.
There you go. Somebody had to break the ice. It's White House now.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Bennett. I did, thank you. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Mrs. Blackburn. Thank you. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Yeah, I got them. Yep.
You check the door as well for Fetterman.
Thank you. Thank you. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan. Yes. Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen. Thank you. I got you. Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Barrasso, Bozeman, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Daines, Fetterman, Fisher, Hoeven, Husted, Justice, Kennedy, Lankford, Lummis, McCormick, Moody, McCormick, Moran, Marino, Paul, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, and Young. Ms. Collins, aye. Senators voting in the negative: also Brooks, Baldwin, Blumenthal, Blunt-Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Duckworth, Gallego, Hassan, Hirono, Kane, Kim, King, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Ossoff, Rosen, Schatz, Schumer, Shaheen, Smith, Warner, Warnock, Welch, and Whitehouse. Mr. Armstrong, aye. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Peters, no. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Wyden, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Cruz, aye. Ms. Warren? No. Mr. Schiff? No. Mr. Grassley? Aye. Mr. Heinrich? No. Mr. Johnson? Aye. Ms. Klobuchar? No. Ms. Slotkin? No. Mr. Wicker? Aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Hickenlooper? No. Mrs. Murray? No. Mr. Hawley, aye. Maybe. Mr. Coons?
I ran up this test for you.
Aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Risch, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 49, the nays are 44, and the motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Federal Reserve System, Kevin Warsh of Florida, to be a member of the Board of Governors.
I recognize the senator from North Carolina.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to legislative session and be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I understand that there is a bill at the desk, and I ask for its first reading.
The clerk will read the title of the bill for the first time.
S. 4486, a bill to amend Title III United States Code and so forth and for other purposes.
Mr. President, I now ask for a second reading, and in order to place the bill on the calendar under the provisions under Rule 14, I object to my own request.
Objection having been heard, the bill will receive a second reading on the next legislative day.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs be discharged from further consideration of H.R. 3497 and that the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report.
H.R. 3497, an act to establish a medal of service for law enforcement officers and first responders.
Is there objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the committee is discharged and the Senate will proceed.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to immediate consideration of calendar number 378 S71.
The clerk will report.
Calendar number 378 S71, a bill to require Amtrak to install baby changing tables in bathrooms on passenger rail cars.
Is there objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the committee report its substitute amendment be agreed to, the bill as amended be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of calendar 379 S3199.
The clerk will report.
Calendar number 379 S3199, a bill to establish a multi-stakeholder advisory committee and so forth and for other purposes.
Is there objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the committee report its substitute amendment be agreed to, the bill as amended be considered read a third time and passed, the committee reported title amendment be agreed to, and that the motions to be reconsidered be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate now proceed to the en bloc consideration of the following resolutions which are at the desk. S. Read 723, S. Read 724.
Is there objection to proceeding en bloc? Without objection, the Senate will proceed en bloc.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the resolutions be agreed to, the preambles be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, all en bloc.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 10 a.m. on Tuesday, May 12th, that following the prayer and the pledge, the journal of proceedings be approved to date, the morning hour be deemed expired, the time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day. Morning business be closed and the Senate proceed to executive session to resume consideration of the Warsh nomination post-cloture. Further, notwithstanding Rule 22, the Senate vote on confirmation of Warsh nomination at 11:30 a.m. tomorrow. Also, that the Senate recess from 12:30 to 2:15 p.m. to allow for the weekly conference meetings. Further, if any nominations are confirmed during Tuesday's session of the Senate, the President be immediately notified of the Senate's actions and the motions to reconsider be considered, made, and laid upon the table. Finally, if cloture is invoked on Executive Calendar 727, all time during Tuesday's lunch recess count post-cloture.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. President, if there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the provisions of S. Res. 723.
Under the previous order and pursuant to ESRES 723, the Senate stands adjourned until 10 a.m. on Tuesday, May 12, 2026, and does so as a further mark of respect to the late Dirk Arthur Kempthorne, former senator from Idaho.